Olá, o meu nome é Nelson Pimenta e o meu sinal é este. Hoje é a minha estreia na TV Inis. E o que eu vou fazer aqui? Eu vou conversar com personalidades conhecidas sobre vários assuntos interessantes no programa que se chama Café com Pimenta. Um café maravilhoso comigo. A pessoa que eu vou entrevistar é muito conhecida e famosa. É uma estrela que brilha. Ela é diretora do Departamento de Ensino Superior do Inis. É a Vilma Favorito. O sinal dela é este, que parece o sinal de café. E como eu sou pimenta, tem tudo a ver. Mas antes vou aproveitar para falar um pouco da história de vida da Vilma. Vamos conhecer um pouco dela. A Vilma é professora e começou a trabalhar em 1978. Uma década depois, ela descobriu o ensino de surdos. Depois de várias experiências, ela mudou sua vida. Pois, a partir daí, entrou nessa área e se interessou por questões linguísticas e pedagógicas dos surdos. Ela fez mestrado e doutorado e está no Inis há 22 anos. E como a Vilma é ouvinte, teremos um intérprete, o Alexandre. O sinal dele é este. E ele vai mediar a conversa.
Olá, tudo bem? É um prazer ter você aqui, é um grande prazer ter você aqui. Estou muito orgulhoso com a sua presença. Você se lembra, né? Conhece nossa história quando eu era seu aluno no colégio Alceu Amoroso Lima. E como o tempo passa rápido, né? Nós tínhamos como primeiro intérprete um surdo, o João Carlos. E como este mundo é pequeno, nós nos encontramos no Colégio Estadual Alceu Amoroso Lima e é como se você estivesse fora deste mundo de surdo e tivesse mergulhado profundamente nesse universo. E como isso mudou a sua vida?
Mudou completamente a minha rota profissional, minha vida profissional. Para mim, foi primeiro um grande susto. Depois, pensamos assim, como é que a gente vai trabalhar com as pessoas surdas? Nós não sabemos nada, não fomos preparados para isso. Não há materiais nessa escola adequados para o trabalho com os surdos. O que fazer, como fazer. Então, no início, era um imenso estranhamento, até que nós fomos apresentados a única possibilidade de comunicação que nós teríamos com os alunos surdos, eu estou dizendo nós, os professores daquela época, daquela escola, que era a figura do intérprete. Naquele tempo, na verdade, eram pessoas que tentavam ajudar, tentavam fazer alguma coisa para melhorar a acessibilidade à comunicação. Eu nunca mais vou me esquecer de um grande amigo seu, o Sérgio Mármora. Eu estava muito perdida, não sabia muito bem por onde começar o trabalho de língua portuguesa. Já tinha entendido que não era língua materna de vocês, mas não sabia qual o caminho que eu deveria trilhar. E aí eu pedi ao João, nosso intérprete, né, João pergunta para eles o que eles acham que eu tenho que ensinar para eles. Eles são adultos, eles devem saber o que eu devo ensinar. E aí o João fez a pergunta em língua de sinais e a resposta foi... O Sérgio era um líder da turma. Ele funcionava meio como uma liderança. E ele levantou e falou em nome da turma: olha, vou ao quadro te mostrar o que a gente quer saber. Vou te dar um exemplo. Por exemplo, no armário, na sala. O que é isso? No, na. Eu nunca mais vou me esquecer desse momento. Eu até coloquei isso na minha tese, porque nenhum aluno ouvinte jamais...
Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, bonjour. I'd like to extend my warm welcome to all on this historic day in which the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, adopted on 12 December 2015, is opened for signature to the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It is my pleasure to also welcome today Ms. Gertrude Clement. Ms. Clement is a 16-year-old and lives in Tanzania. She is a youth representative and a UNICEF climate advocate. She is with us today representing the voices, hopes, and concerns of the world's young people. The Paris Agreement will shape nearly every aspect of their lives and the lives of all future generations in a profound way. That is why we need to listen to young people and keep the promises made in Paris. It is their future that is at stake. Ms. Clement, you have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable readers of all nations, distinguished guests, my fellow children, and all others here in attendance today. My name is Gertrude Clement. I'm 16 years old from Mwanza, Tanzania, in East Africa. But today, I'm standing before you to represent children and young people all over the world. Climate change poses a big problem for the entire planet, but children, especially the poorest and most vulnerable, will feel most of its effects now and in the future. Climate change threatens our life, our earth, as well as our education. You might think that we are too young to know about the risk and the reality of climate change, but we see in our daily lives. As young people, the future is ours, but this is not the future we want for ourselves. We are not just sitting by watching our communities suffer. We're leading our communities in taking action, standing up and speaking up about the issues we see in our communities. I'm a part of an international group of young reporters, spoke to the citizens about the issues we see in our communities, and documenting the effect of climate change in our society and positive action to mitigate the effect. In Tanzania, we visited many places in our communities, spoke to citizens about climate change and environmental pollution. I visited a place at Ghana Street where people sell fruits and vegetables next to the dumping site. We also learned about children who have difficulty going to school safely because of flooding. We posted like this on digital maps so people around the world can learn about our experience on climate change. I'm a young girl standing before you today, but I'm not alone. We expect more than words on paper and promises. We expect action, action on a big scale. And I expect action today, not tomorrow. I expect to return in Tanzania and tell my fellow that the future is ours, and the future is bright. Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellencies, readers and gentlemen, I have the honor of introducing the Secretary General of the United Nations. Thank you.
Son Excellence, Monsieur François Hollande, Président de la République française, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Son Altesse Royale, la Princesse Lala Hasna du Royaume du Maroc, Madame Ségolène Royal, Présidente de la COP 21, Madame Christiana Figueres, secrétaire exécutive de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques, Mesdames et Messieurs les invités et artistes, Mesdames et Messieurs, en décembre dernier à Paris, la communauté internationale a adopté le premier accord universel sur le climat. Chaque pays s'est engagé à réduire ses émissions et à renforcer sa résilience face aux effets potentiellement dévastateurs des changements climatique. Aujourd'hui, au moins 171 pays se retrouvent ici à New York pour signer l'accord de Paris. Arrêtons-nous, changeons-y un instant. C'est un moment d'histoire. Jamais auparavant, un aussi grand nombre de pays n'avait signé un accord international en une seule journée. Je félicite tous les pays qui signent ce matin et je salue tout particulièrement les 15 parties qui vont également déposer leurs instruments de ratification, que je me fais un devoir de citer. La Barbade, le Belize, les Fidji, la Grenade, les Maldives, les îles Marshall, les îles Maurice, Nauru, les Palaos, l'État de Palestine, la Fédération de Saint-Christophe et Nieves, Sainte-Lucie, la Samoa, la Somalie et Tuvalu. Félicitations. L'esprit de solidarité de Paris vit encore. Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking records in this chamber, and that is good news. But records are also being broken outside. Record global temperatures, record ice rose, record carbon levels in the atmosphere. We are in a race against time. I urge all countries to move quickly to join the agreement at the national level so that the Paris Agreement can enter into force as early as possible. The window for keeping global temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius, let alone 1.5 degrees, is rapidly closing. The area of consumption without consequences is over. We must intensify efforts to decarbonize our economies. We must support developing countries in making this transition. The poor and most vulnerable must not suffer further from a problem they did not create. Let us never forget, climate action is not a burden. Indeed, it offers many benefits. It can help us eradicate poverty, create green jobs, defeat hunger, prevent instability, and improve the lives of girls and women. Climate action is essential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, many people contributed to the COP21 negotiations in Paris and to the preparations for this event. I acknowledge their tireless efforts, particularly the work of the UNFCCC Secretariat. Today is a day that I have worked toward since day one as a Secretary General of the United Nations and declared climate change to be my top priority. Today, you are signing new covenant with the future. This covenant must amount to more than promises. It must find expressions in actions we take today on behalf of this and all future generations, actions that reduce climate risk and protect communities, and actions that place us on a safer, a smarter path. This morning, we will be joined by 197 children representing the parties that adopted the Paris Agreement. Of course, they represent more than this. These young people are our future. Our covenant is with them. Today is a day for our children, grandchildren, and all generations to come. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, together, let us turn the aspirations of Paris into action. As we show by the very act of signing today, the power to build a better world is in your hands. Thank you very much for your leadership and commitment. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Distinguished heads of state or government, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now hear from a distinguished group of government, civil society, and business representatives that I have invited to address this opening ceremony. Before proceeding, I'd like to remind all distinguished participants that in order to expedite the signing of the Paris Agreement and ensure all representatives can deliver their national statements, your remarks in this segment must not exceed 3 minutes. This time limit will be strictly enforced. Now, I have the honor to invite to the lectern His Excellency Mr. François Hollande, President of France. Vous avez la parole, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, cher Ban Ki-moon, nous savons ce que nous vous devons. C'est sous votre impulsion et sous votre initiative qu'il y a pu y avoir toute cette démarche qui nous conduit aujourd'hui à New York à signer l'accord de Paris. Je voudrais vous saluer, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, pour votre présence si importante, puisqu'elle permet de donner le signe qui va mettre en œuvre l'accord de Paris. Je salue les représentants de tous les États, la présidente de la COP, Ségolène Royal, et aussi la représentante du Royaume du Maroc, puisque c'est à Marrakech qu'il y aura la prochaine réunion de la conférence. Si nous sommes là aujourd'hui à New York, si nombreux, si déterminés, c'est parce qu'il y a eu à Paris un accord. C'était le 12 décembre dernier. Rien n'était joué, rien n'était acquis. Et jusqu'à la dernière minute, pour ne pas dire la dernière seconde, il fallait vaincre les scepticismes, les interrogations, les doutes, dépasser nos intérêts nationaux, par ailleurs légitimes, être capables tous ensemble de porter une ambition pour l'humanité, pour les générations à venir, et être prêts à nous engager sur un accord qui puisse être ambitieux, universel, contraignant, et qui puisse nous engager tous pour les prochaines années à réduire la hausse des températures. Le 12 décembre 2015, ce fut une journée historique pour la communauté internationale. Elle peut en être fière, parce que lorsque Laurent Fabius, alors président de la COP, marqua le consensus avec un coup de marteau qui restera dans les mémoires, nous avons tous vécu un moment d'émotion comme il y en a peu dans une vie de responsable politique. Le contexte à Paris était dramatique, tragique, après les attentats terroristes qui avait frappé la capitale française. Mais le monde a su, justement, dans un élan de solidarité et aussi de responsabilité, faire en sorte qu'un accord puisse sortir de Paris, comme en faire un acte symbolique pour le reste du monde. Il y a eu aussi, tout au long de ces mois qui ont précédé l'accord de Paris, des engagements importants qui ont été pris par les gouvernements, mais aussi par les entreprises, par les collectivités locales, par les citoyens eux-mêmes, par la société civile. Voilà ce qui s'est fait à Paris le 12 décembre. Et cette réussite, cet espoir qui s'est levé, nous oblige tous aujourd'hui. Nous devons aller plus loin même que les promesses qui ont été faites, que les engagements qui ont été pris, et faire que nos déclarations deviennent des actes. Parce que depuis le 12 décembre, l'urgence est toujours là. Et les mois qui viennent de s'écouler ont été les plus chauds de ces 100 dernières années. Il y a eu des catastrophes encore au Fidji, avec un cyclone dévastateur. Il y a eu de la famine qui s'est diffusée en Afrique. Il y a toujours ce lac Tchad en Afrique qui ne cesse de se réduire et qui est menacé de disparition. Il y a des îles qui sont recouvertes. Dois-je continuer encore à dire ce qui a justifié l'acte que nous avons posé à Paris et qui nous oblige à aller encore plus loin? Je lance également un cri d'alarme sur les destructions des écosystèmes. Chaque année, 20 millions d'hectares de forêt partent en fumée en Asie du Sud-Est, en Amérique latine, en Afrique. Alors, voilà pourquoi nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui. Nous le sommes avec une présence elle-même exceptionnelle, historique, comme le disait le secrétaire général des Nations Unies. Jamais, dans l'histoire des Nations Unies, il n'a été possible de réunir 170 États pour signer un accord. C'est donc maintenant plus qu'un engagement. Ce sera un texte inscrit dans le droit international de manière irréversible. Et c'est un grand progrès. À Paris aussi, le 12 décembre, nous avons lancé un certain nombre d'initiatives et elles ont pris corps ces dernières semaines. 70 coalitions, 10 000 acteurs impliqués dans l'agenda des solutions. L'Alliance solaire internationale, le plan de développement des énergies renouvelables en Afrique, la mission innovation en faveur des technologies vertes, la coalition de haut niveau pour donner un prix au carbone. Et ça doit être aujourd'hui notre engagement principal, donner un prix au carbone pour réorienter les investissements et modifier les choix des entreprises comme des consommateurs. Ici, à cette tribune, je m'engage au nom de la France à ce que le plus vite possible, le prix du carbone puisse être fixé d'abord en France, en Europe, puis ensuite dans le monde entier. C'est la condition pour que nous puissions faire apparaître une nouvelle économie. Quelle est la prochaine étape après ce que nous allons faire aujourd'hui? C'est celle de la ratification, avec l'objectif d'obtenir 55 États, représentant 55% des émissions. 55 États, ils sont là. 55% des émissions, ça doit être possible de les comptabiliser. Alors, je lance là encore un appel pour que chaque pays puisse ratifier le plus vite possible l'accord de Paris. Je demanderai au Parlement français d'autoriser la ratification de l'accord de Paris d'ici l'été et je souhaite que l'Union européenne donne l'exemple d'ici la fin de l'année, pour que l'accord puisse entrer le plus rapidement possible en vigueur. Mesdames et messieurs, il faut aller plus vite, encore plus vite, car le temps presse. Il faut que nous puissions adopter des stratégies bas carbone. Il faut que nous puissions mobiliser les financements qui ont été la clé de l'accord de Paris. 100 milliards de dollars d'ici 2020 et plus, si nous le pouvons. Faire que chacun puisse, là encore, montrer l'exemple, et notamment les pays développés. Et c'est ce que fera la France, en augmentant ses financements annuels pour le climat de 3 à 5 milliards d'euros d'ici 2020. De la même manière, nous augmenterons notre participation pour la lutte contre la désertification, pour financer l'adaptation. Et nous utiliserons les dons et pas simplement les prêts. J'en termine. Mesdames et messieurs, il n'y a pas que les États qui doivent agir. C'est le monde entier qui doit prendre conscience de ce qui s'est fait à Paris, de ce qui se prolonge à New York, de ce qui va être ratifié dans vos parlements. Chacun doit se sentir concerné. Alors gardons en mémoire cette phrase de David Thoreau qui nous rappelait que personne n'a la responsabilité de tout faire, mais chacun doit accomplir quelque chose. Je vous fais confiance au nom des pays que vous représentez pour susciter cette mobilisation, pour garder l'espoir dans l'avenir, pour permettre aux générations nouvelles d'être fiers de vous et d'être capables de vivre dans un monde où il n'y aurait pas d'inquiétude par rapport à ce que l'humanité peut produire. L'humanité peut toujours produire le meilleur, même si elle est capable du pire. Alors aujourd'hui, nous avons fait en sorte que le meilleur soit possible. Continuons à écarter tout ce que le pire est capable de détruire, c'est-à-dire le bien le plus précieux, celui dont nous avons hérité, celui que nous devons entretenir, celui que nous devons porter au-delà de nos propres vies et qui s'appelle l'humanité. Merci.
I thank His Excellency President of France for his statement. I now would like to welcome to the lectern His Excellency Mr. Mogens Likatov, President of the General Assembly.
Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General, Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honour to address the opening segment of this Paris Agreement signing ceremony. This is a moment of great hope. And for that, I say congratulations. Congratulations to heads of state and government for demonstrating what true leadership is all about, for finding a way when many said it could not be done. Congratulations to civil society and business leaders for keeping the pressure on and taking initiatives to keep the momentum going. Congratulations to the governments of France and Peru and previous COP presidents for shepherding through this historic breakthrough with remarkable skill and effort. And to the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, for his tireless commitment and leadership in the long journey to Paris. Together with Christiana Figueres and the UNFCCC and others in the UN system, the Secretary General never once lost hope, never once passed up an opportunity to drive negotiations forward. to honor his work, to make the sacrifices made by all of you worthwhile, we know what must be done. We must raise the level of ambition even further in the years to come. We must take urgent and bold steps to make this transformation happen now. I thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency President of General Assembly for his leadership and statement. I now would like to welcome to the lectern His Excellency Mr. Ollanta Humala, President of Peru.
Señor Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, señor Presidente de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, señores miembros del panel de las Naciones Unidas, quiero resaltar con total satisfacción y esperanza el trabajo que nos ha unido para alcanzar este histórico acuerdo, punto de partida de una cruzada global contra la amenaza más seria que enfrenta hoy la humanidad, como es el cambio climático. Un acuerdo que abre al mundo la posibilidad de encontrar en la cooperación y la solidaridad las claves para el futuro, el cual se ha de materializar en la prosperidad, con equilibrio, con justicia, con armonía, y que abarque a toda la población mundial. Igualmente, resaltar que este esfuerzo se integra a otros no menos importantes que se han emprendido en el seno de esta Organización de las Naciones Unidas y que promueve con energía nuestro secretario general para combatir la pobreza y la desigualdad, destacándose en particular la adopción de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, que el Perú también se suma en este esfuerzo. En este sentido, me siento satisfecho por el importante papel que le tocó asumir a mi país, el Perú, en estos procesos, y agradecido por la confianza que la comunidad internacional ha otorgado al Perú. En el año 2014, el Perú asumió con responsabilidad el reto de organizar la COP20, que adoptó el llamado de Lima para la acción climática y que sentó las bases para el Acuerdo de París. Durante el año 2015, el Perú trabajó conjuntamente con Francia a fin de poder lograr un acuerdo histórico que ahora debe ser implementado eficazmente y con responsabilidad. El día de hoy, la asistencia sin precedentes en los registros de Naciones Unidas de jefes de Estado y representantes de los gobiernos para su suscripción y, en algunos casos, ratificación, ponen en valor todo este esfuerzo desplegado en la ardua tarea de esta negociación global. Nos motiva, como dije 2 años atrás, la necesidad de movilizar la mayor alianza de la historia para el clima y el desarrollo, para reconciliarnos con el planeta y asegurar para el futuro un mundo con sostenibilidad a través de la eliminación de la pobreza y con inclusión social y con el pleno respeto de los derechos humanos y la igualdad de género y la clara convicción de que nadie debe ser excluido ni dejado atrás. El Acuerdo de París contiene importantes obligaciones que debemos asumir como comunidad internacional, como conjunto, de acuerdo al principio de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas. lo que supone intensificar el diálogo y fortalecer la cooperación. Se requiere, pues, en particular, el decidido compromiso de la comunidad internacional a través de esta cooperación para seguir impulsando el financiamiento climático destinado a las acciones de mitigación como adaptación y para promover la inversión hacia una economía baja en carbono y resistente al cambio. Los retos de París suponen también continuar con un trabajo inclusivo, a fin de que todos los países puedan participar en el proceso hacia su implementación. Los mismos que los distintos organismos internacionales cuyo mandato están vinculados a la acción climática y los actores no estatales están comprometidos. Quiero igualmente destacar la importancia de la Agenda de Acción Lima-París, que debe continuar vigente en el proceso hacia Marrakech, por tratarse de una iniciativa promovida por la Secretaría de las Naciones Unidas, la Secretaría de la Convención, así como también por el Perú y por Francia, y está orientada a impulsar la acción climática en diversos niveles e involucra a todos los sectores de la sociedad y de la red climática a nivel mundial. El Perú se encuentra trabajando para alcanzar al 2021 la meta de ser un país climáticamente responsable en el marco de un desarrollo nacional sostenible bajo un sentido de urgencia y un alto nivel de ambición. Mi país se ha comprometido a reducir las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en un 30% al 2030, así como poner en marcha acciones de adaptación en diversos campos. En su componente de adaptación, la contribución peruana presenta objetivos para reducir los niveles de vulnerabilidad en las áreas de agua, agricultura, pesca, bosques y salud, entre otros, y además en 5 áreas transversales: gestión de riesgos de desastres, infraestructura pública resiliente, lucha contra la pobreza, igualdad de género e interculturalidad y promoción de la inversión privada. Señor Secretario General, señoras y señores, estamos ante el triunfo del diálogo y la solidaridad y el multilateralismo inclusivo como una expresión tangible de nuestra voluntad para alcanzar para todos un bienestar y desarrollo que sea justo y seguro. Esto no es el final, esto es el principio. En esta ceremonia de firma reafirmamos nuestra responsabilidad con el presente y sobre todo con el futuro. Creemos que hoy día podemos ratificar la mayor alianza que el planeta, que la humanidad puede hacer contra un enemigo común como es el cambio climático. Hasta la fecha, el mundo y cada país ha avanzado solos. Y miren cómo estamos. En una situación en que estamos poniendo en grave riesgo el futuro de la humanidad. Lo que necesitamos hoy día con este acuerdo global es avanzar juntos para avanzar más lejos. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency President of Peru for his statement. I now would like to welcome to the lectern His Excellency Mr. Joseph Kabila, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
President Francois Hollande, fellow heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Madam the Chairperson of COP21, Her Highness, the representative of the Kingdom of Morocco, ladies and gentlemen. in addressing this august audience on behalf of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the 48 least developed countries worldwide, let me first convey our greatest appreciation to the Secretary General of the United Nations and his team for organizing this event, taking the Paris momentum forward. Mr. Secretary General, 4 months ago, we applauded the greatest achievement of multilateralism in recent history, the Paris Agreement. Through this multilateral, legally binding treaty, we unanimously agreed to urgently address climate change and to send the needed signal to spur action and investments towards a low-emission, resilient, and sustainable future. The group of least developed countries among the most progressive in the climate negotiations process played a significant role and successfully contributed to building important components of the Paris Agreement. Though it was not mandatory, 47 least developed countries communicated their intended nationally determined contributions with ambitious, unconditional, and quantifiable elements. Mr. Secretary General, for the group of LDCs, today is not a mere symbolic event. It is an important opportunity to reaffirm the positive spirit and the narrative we created in Paris. Our commitment to collective action to move in one irreversible direction to secure a safer climate. Today's declarations of ambitious actions from the world leaders will send a strong signal that time has come to turn aspirations into concrete actions. Today is an opportunity to outline our timetable for ensuring the agreement will have full force in international law and that it will be implemented. In this regard, ministers from the least developed countries met in Kinshasa early this month to reiterate their commitments to the Paris Agreement. They declared that their governments will take all necessary steps required for the ratification of the Paris Agreement as soon as possible. In the coming years, the climate negotiations will further elaborate the details of the Paris Agreement to develop provisions for environmental and social integrity, set the structures for further increasing ambition consistent with the long-term goals agreed in Paris, to hold global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees Celsius, and to pursue efforts to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius target. It will be crucial to respond to the opportunities to communicate and implement new nationally determined contributions every 5 years. Needless to say that the Paris Agreement creates many challenges and opportunities for our economies to reach many of the goals set by the agreement. Predictably and significantly increased financial flows and other resources must be put in place, enabling robust action in our countries and also to enhance resilience capabilities to the adverse effects of climate change. Enhanced options and actions on adaptations will be required. Monsieur le Président François Hollande, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, poursuivant ce mot en ma qualité de président de la République démocratique du Congo, Je m'empresse de vous transmettre les salutations de filles et fils de ce beau et grand pays qui fonde beaucoup d'espoir en l'accord de Paris, dont mon pays s'engage à accélérer la ratification et partant l'entrée en vigueur. La République démocratique du Congo est consciente de la nécessité d'un effort mondial pour inverser les tendances du réchauffement de la planète. En témoignent les engagements ambitieux contenus dans sa contribution prévue, déterminée au niveau national de réduire ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 17% entre 2020 et 2030 par rapport au maintien du statu quo. Cela représente un effort considérable pour un pays qui œuvre résolument pour sa reconstruction et son émergence. Par cet effort exceptionnel qui, dans un partenariat renforcé, mobilise le gouvernement, la société civile et le secteur privé, la République démocratique du Congo entend démontrer sa volonté de soutenir l'effort mondial nécessaire pour maintenir le niveau de la hausse des températures globales en dessous d'1,5 degré Celsius d'ici la fin du siècle et garantir ainsi une vie meilleure aux générations futures. Dans cette perspective, le transfert de technologies, le renforcement des capacités, le financement, la résilience face au changement climatique, ainsi que le développement de sources d'énergie renouvelables sont ses principales priorités, tandis que ces ressources naturelles importantes et variées en font un membre déterminant d'un partenariat mondial contre le réchauffement climatique. La République démocratique du Congo dispose d'un potentiel hydroélectrique estimé à plus de 100 000 MW, dont le développement est en mesure de subvenir non seulement à ses propres besoins, mais également à ceux de ses voisins et au-delà, induisant la décarbonisation du mix énergétique de la région. Il en est de même de ces immenses étendues forestières de plus de 150 millions d'hectares, qui sont une excellente opportunité pour la séquestration du carbone dans le cadre de la réduction des émissions résultant de la déforestation, de la dégradation de forêts. Aussi s'est-elle engagée dans la voie de la gestion durable de ces forêts, sous-tendue par un cadre d'aménagement visant en priorité les forêts de production et avec pour objectif de garantir l'équité sociale et économique ainsi que la satisfaction des besoins légitimes des communautés de base qui demeurent les gardiens naturels de dites forêts. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, face au risque de pression supplémentaire sur les systèmes de production agricole, déjà fragiles, l'insécurité alimentaire et le stress hydrique accru, notre devoir à tous est de surmonter l'égoïsme et privilégier une coopération agissante mutuellement avantageuse. Ensemble et sans plus attendre, faisons preuve de responsabilité, respectons et mettons en œuvre l'accord de Paris sur les changements climatiques. Il en va de l'avenir de la progéniture de chacun de nous. Il en va de l'avenir même de l'humanité. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs, je vous remercie.
I thank His Excellency President of TLC for his statement. Before I give floor to President Bolivia, I'd like to appeal the coming speakers to strictly limit the time limit 3 minutes. Nobody has kept the time limit except the President of General Assembly, who spoke 2 minutes. I'm afraid we are far behind the schedules. We are supposed to start the signing ceremony from 9:50. We have just 20 minutes left, but I'm afraid that it's very difficult to embarrass any head of state and government while they are speaking. I hope I count on your cooperation. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Hermano Ban Ki-moon, secretario general de las Naciones Unidas, hermanas y hermanos presidentes, delegaciones que representan al planeta Tierra. Hoy es el Día Internacional de la Madre Tierra, un día importante para quienes defendemos la cultura de la vida y la paz con justicia social. Las civilizaciones ancestrales e indígenas del mundo nos han enseñado que la tierra no es un objeto que se vende, no es una mercancía que se comercializa en el mercado de carbono. Mis abuelos, mis padres y mi comunidad me enseñaron que la tierra es nuestra madre, es nuestro hogar, que se debe respetar, debe proteger. El enemigo principal de la vida es el consumismo, individualismo, mercantilismo, guerrerismo, armamentismo, el lucro y el lujo. El enemigo de la vida, en síntesis, es el sistema capitalista, por tanto hay que erradicarlo. En la actualidad somos testigos de las graves catástrofes del planeta. Con solo haberse incrementado la temperatura en menos de 1 grado centígrado, hoy vivimos el impacto de sequías, tifones, huracanes, inundaciones, entre otros eventos extremos. Si no cumplimos los acuerdos y nuestros compromisos de París, en los próximos 20 a 30 años, la temperatura subirá entre 5 a 6 grados centígrados y seremos testigos de la destrucción del planeta y de la vida. El acuerdo puede ser el mejor o el peor instrumento para cambiar esta realidad, dependerá de su implementación. El Acuerdo de París es un paso importante, pero no es suficiente para salvar nuestra madre tierra. Debemos resolver las causas estructurales de la crisis climática. Queridos hermanas y hermanos, son más importantes los derechos de la madre tierra que los derechos individuales. No existirá la vida sin los derechos de la naturaleza. El planeta, la madre tierra, puede existir mejor sin el ser humano, pero el ser humano no puede vivir sin ella. Debemos proteger nuestro medio ambiente y para ello es imprescindible que se adopte en el marco de las Naciones Unidas la Declaración Universal de los Derechos de la Madre Tierra. Los pueblos del mundo debemos seguir trabajando en la constitución del Tribunal Internacional de Justicia Climática y Defensa de los Derechos de la Madre Tierra, que cumpla las siguientes tareas: juzgar y sancionar a los estados responsables de la crisis climática en el marco de la responsabilidad común pero diferenciada y la responsabilidad histórica. Juzgar y sancionar a las empresas causantes de graves daños socioambientales. Hermanas y hermanos, para terminar, si no se cumplen estos acuerdos y no cambiamos el sistema capitalista, en el futuro viviremos la destrucción de la humanidad y la vida. Queridos hermanos, acompáñenme a decir: Pachamama o muerte, Madre Tierra o muerte. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency President of Bolivia for his statement. And now I'd like to give floor to Her Excellency Dilma Rousseff, President of Brazil.
Senhor Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, Ban Ki-moon, Senhor Presidente da França e Presidente da COP21, Presidente François Hollande, Senhoras e Senhores Chefes de Estado e de Governo, participantes desta cerimônia de assinatura do Acordo de Paris, Senhoras e Senhores integrantes de delegações, Senhoras e Senhores, com imensa honra e emoção, venho a Nova York hoje, no Dia da Terra, assinar o Acordo de Paris sobre a Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre a Mudança do Clima, um acordo universal. Sua conclusão exitosa, em dezembro de 2015, representou um marco histórico na construção do mundo que queremos. Um mundo de desenvolvimento sustentável para todos, com o cumprimento das metas estabelecidas na Agenda 2030. O êxito deve muito à atuação do governo francês, à judiciosa e paciente construção do acordo pelo presidente François Hollande e também ao secretário-geral da ONU, Ban Ki-moon. Tenho orgulho do trabalho desenvolvido pelo meu governo e pelo meu país, para que coletivamente chegássemos a esse acordo. Tenho orgulho de nossa contribuição e da contribuição de todos os países e da sociedade internacional. Agradeço o esforço e o trabalho incansável da equipe de negociadores do Brasil, chefiada pela nossa ministra do Meio Ambiente, Isabela Teixeira. Nós, países participantes, demos respostas firmes e decisivas aos imensos desafios apresentados pela construção de um amplo consenso. Consenso necessário para o enfrentamento das mudanças do clima. Hoje, ao lado de todos os chefes de Estado e de governo aqui presentes, assumo o compromisso de assegurar a pronta entrada em vigor do acordo no Brasil e, mais uma vez, saúdo a todos por essa histórica conquista da humanidade. O caminho que teremos de percorrer agora será ainda mais desafiador. Transformar nossas ambiciosas aspirações em resultados concretos. Realizar os compromissos que assumimos irá exigir a ação convergente de todos nós, de todos os nossos países e sociedades, rumo a uma vida e a uma economia menos dependente de combustíveis fósseis, dedicadas e comprometidas com práticas sustentáveis na sua relação com o meio ambiente. Países em desenvolvimento como o Brasil têm apresentado resultados expressivos na redução das emissões e se comprometeram com metas ainda mais ambiciosas. O desafio de enfrentar a mudança do clima torna imprescindível o aumento progressivo do nível de ambição dos países desenvolvidos. Exige, de forma contínua, a mobilização de meios de implementação adequados para que os países em desenvolvimento tenham suporte e sigam contribuindo para os esforços globais de mitigação e adaptação. É fundamental ampliar o financiamento do combate à mudança do clima, para além do compromisso de 100 bilhões de dólares anuais. É indispensável criar meios de reorientar os fluxos financeiros internacionais de modo permanente, para apoiar ações que representem soluções para o problema global e promovam também benefícios de adaptação, saúde pública e desenvolvimento sustentável. É necessário ainda que o setor privado desenvolva um esforço robusto de redução de emissões. Senhoras e senhores, ao reiterar o compromisso do Brasil com os objetivos do Acordo de Paris, quero assegurar que estamos perfeitamente cientes que firmá-lo é apenas o começo, a parte mais fácil. Meu país está determinado a intensificar ações de mitigação e de adaptação. Anunciei aqui, durante a cúpula da Agenda de Desenvolvimento 2030, a contribuição brasileira de 37% de redução dos gases de efeito estufa até 2025, assim como a ambição de alcançarmos uma redução de 43% até 2030, tomando 2005 como ano base em ambos os casos. Alcançaremos o desmatamento zero na Amazônia e vamos neutralizar as emissões originárias da supressão legal de vegetação. Nosso desafio é restaurar e reflorestar 12 milhões de hectares de florestas e outros 15 milhões de hectares de pastagens degradadas. Promoveremos também a integração de 5 milhões de hectares na relação lavoura, pecuária e florestas. Todas as fontes renováveis de energia terão sua participação em nossa matriz energética ampliada até alcançar 45% em 2030. Continuaremos contando com a contribuição e a participação de todos os setores de nossa sociedade que estão conscientes da amplitude do desafio e com a necessidade de deixar este legado às futuras gerações. Senhoras e senhores, meu governo traçou metas ambiciosas e ousadas porque sabe que os riscos associados aos efeitos negativos recaem fortemente sobre as populações vulneráveis de nosso país e do mundo quando nós não tomamos medidas corretas para a contenção da mudança do clima. Essa preocupação deve ser compartilhada agora e por todos nós. Sem a redução da pobreza e da desigualdade, não será possível vencer o combate à mudança do clima. E esse combate tampouco pode ser feito à custa dos que menos têm e menos podem. Essa é uma das razões pelas quais o conceito de desenvolvimento sustentável precisa ser referência permanente de nosso projeto comum. Incluir, crescer, conservar e proteger. Eis a síntese alcançada na Conferência Rio+20, realizada no Brasil em 2012. Senhoras e senhores, não posso terminar minhas palavras sem mencionar o grave momento que vive o Brasil. A despeito disso, quero dizer que o Brasil é um grande país, com uma sociedade que soube vencer o autoritarismo e construir uma pujante democracia. Nosso povo é um povo trabalhador e com grande apreço pela liberdade. Saberá, não tenho dúvidas, impedir quaisquer retrocessos. Sou grata a todos os líderes que expressaram a mim sua solidariedade. Muito obrigada.
I thank Her Excellency President of Brazil for her statement and leadership. I now would like to welcome to the lectern His Excellency Mr. Zhang Gaoli, Vice Premier and Special Envoy of President Xi Jinping of People's Republic of China. You have the floor. Yes.
尊敬的秘书长、理事们、先生们、朋友们， 我作为中国国家主席习近平的特使，很高兴出席会议，代表中国签署巴黎协定。巴黎协定是全球应对气候变化的里程碑。我们在这里共同签署这一协定，是为了进一步的展示应对气候变化的决心和行动。中国积极推动达成巴黎协定。习近平主席出席巴黎大会，并提出中国的理念和主张。在巴黎协定谈判的过程中，中国发挥了重要的作用。中国是负责任的发展中的大国，中国人民崇尚言必信，行必果。我们将为认真落实巴黎协定做出艰苦不懈的努力。第一，尽早参加巴黎协定。中国将在今年9月20国集团杭州峰会之前完成参加协定的国内法律程序。中国，Thank you。中国已向其他20国集团成员发出倡议，并将与世界各国一道推动协定获得普遍的接受和早日生效。第二，做好国内温室气体的减排工作。中国明确了二氧化碳排放到2030年左右达到峰值，并努力争取尽早达到峰值的一系列的行动目标。同时，我们还纳入了国家的整体发展议程。中国“1035”的规划纲要确定，未来5年单位 GDP 的二氧化碳下降18%。我们实行能源消费总量和强度的双控制度，实施近零碳排放区的示范工程，将建设全国的碳交易市场，大幅度的增加森林碳汇，实行严格的生态环境保护的责任制，确保行动的目标落到实处。第三，加强应对气候变化的国际合作。中国将积极地参加巴黎协定的后续谈判，将深化气候变化南南合作。今年启动了中国气候变化南南合作新的合作项目，特别是包括帮助其他发展中国家提高应对气候变化的融资能力。各位同事，各位朋友，让我们齐心协力，共建气候安全、绿色发展的美好家园，造福人类和子孙后代。谢谢。
I thank His Excellency Vice Premier of China for his statement and welcome intention to ratify before a G20 summit meeting. That's a great news. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to welcome to the lectern His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you, Secretary General. I want to thank you personally for your continued leadership on this important issue. It's safe to say that we would not be here today if it was not for all the hard work that you and President Hollande put into making the Paris Agreement a reality. On behalf of Canadians and citizens of the world, thank you for all that you have done. C'est un honneur pour moi d'être de retour aujourd'hui aux Nations Unies, surtout alors que nous soulignons le jour de la Terre. Je ne peux pas imaginer un meilleur endroit ni un meilleur moment pour ajouter la signature du Canada à l'accord historique qu'est l'accord de Paris sur les changements climatiques. Comme je l'ai dit en novembre dernier à Paris, le Canada croit que les changements climatiques représentent un défi à relever, mais aussi une opportunité à saisir. L'opportunité de bâtir une économie mondiale qui favorise une croissance propre et qui participe à la lutte contre les changements climatiques tout en créant de bons emplois bien rémunérés. C'est un défi que nous avons déjà commencé à relever. In the months since Paris, our government has met with our provincial and territorial premiers, as well as Indigenous and municipal leaders. Together, we're creating a plan that will help us meet or exceed our emissions targets and encourage clean economic growth. To encourage actions that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we're investing billions in a low-carbon economy fund. To get clean technology to market faster, we're making immediate investments to support clean tech research and development. And alongside 19 other countries, we've signed on to Mission Innovation, a global partnership that aims to double government investment in clean energy innovation over 5 years, while encouraging private sector leadership in clean technology. These actions are just the beginning. And we're not making these investments simply to be nice, although Canada does have a reputation to uphold in that department. We're making these investments and we're following through on our commitments because it's the right thing to do for our environment and our economy as part of the global community. The humanitarian case is clear. We know that it will be the world's poorest citizens who will be hardest hit by climate change, displaced by rising sea levels, left hungry by failed crops, and more vulnerable to disease. Climate change will make more difficult every other challenge we face, whether it's ensuring safe and secure food and water or responding to the needs of refugees. The business case is equally clear. Last year, nearly $1/3 of $1 trillion was invested globally in renewable power, nearly 50% more than was invested in power from fossil fuels. That's a trend that will continue to grow, and it's one that represents a tremendous opportunity for Canada and for the world. One cannot and will not ignore. At the same time, Canada's ambition cannot end with making it through a challenging situation at home. We have a role to play in supporting developing countries as well. They shouldn't be punished for a problem they didn't create, nor should they be deprived of the opportunities for clean growth that developing nations are pursuing. C'est pourquoi le Canada versera également 2,65 milliards de dollars au cours des 5 prochaines années pour aider les pays en développement à croître de façon plus propre et plus durable. Ces mesures s'ajoutent à l'accord de Paris qui sera déposé à la Chambre des communes le mois prochain et qui sera ratifié plus tard cette année. Elle réaffirme aux Nations unies et à l'ensemble de nos partenaires l'engagement du Canada. Parce que ce n'est qu'en travaillant ensemble que les nations peuvent espérer lutter contre les changements climatiques. Ce n'est qu'en travaillant ensemble que nous pouvons apprendre les uns des autres, mettre à profit nos connaissances communes et développer des économies aussi propres que concurrentielles. At the end of the Paris negotiations, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said of the resulting agreement that what was once unthinkable has become unstoppable. Today, with my signature, I give you our word that Canada's efforts will not cease. Climate change will test our intelligence, our compassion, and our will. But we are all equal to that challenge. I encourage other signatories to move swiftly, to follow through on their commitments as we will, and encourage those countries that are not in a position to sign today to follow shortly. In every possible sense, we are all in this together. Together, we will make ours a better world. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank His Excellency Prime Minister of Canada for his statement and for Canada's strong commitment for ratification as well as financial support. I thank for his leadership. Now I'd like to invite His Excellency Mr. Matteo Renzi, Prime Minister of Italy.
Mr. Secretary, Monsieur le Président de la République française, Your Highness, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. And we can discuss about the single points. We can discuss about renewable energies. We can discuss about transportation system. We can discuss about efficiency in the home around the world. But I think the real challenge for us today is close the eyes just for 1 second and image here. Because here there is not simply the presence of a lot of heads of states and government, of ministers, of members of civil society and delegation of local authorities. Today, with us, if you close the eyes, you can see our sons and our grandsons. Finally, for the first time, after a lot of years, in this room, in this assembly room, very prestigious, but very rich of divisions during the single days, finally we host a place of vision and not divisions. Finally, we offer a signal of responsibility for our sons and our grandsons. Finally, we give a message of hope. I think the agreement about energy sustainability is not important simply for the single point, for the single issue. We are very proud as Italians for our results and the next results. But I think the most important thing is the political message. Today, from New York City, from the Assembly Room, we give the message politics is able to give hope for the next generation. And so, we will continue in the next months to work together for the single point of implementation of Paris Agreement. But my view is exactly that. Today is a very great day because finally the international community understands the importance to give a message all together for the future of the next generation. As Italians, we will consider this point as priority for our initiative in internal field, but also for the presidency of G7 next year and in general for our role in Europe. In a moment of fire, finally a signal of hope. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you very much. I thank His Excellency Prime Minister of Italy for his statement and leadership and keeping time, exactly 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite His Excellency Mr. Elene Sosene Sopoaga, Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, today represents a historic moment. We, heads of governments and representatives of government, are attending a signing ceremony for an agreement that will change the world, and we have now set ourselves on a path to properly address climate change, the Paris Agreement. Some may say it's only a small step, but we must and need to make this step a huge one. We need to take the Paris Agreement and mold it into an international call to action. It must become a document of revival. With the necessary effort by all of us, the Paris Agreement will change our lives and the lives of future generations. We must make this happen. We are all here to sign the agreement, but this is only the first step. We must also ratify the agreement to make sure it enters into force at soon as earliest possible time. We, the people of Tuvalu, are so committed to the Paris Agreement that our own parliament has already agreed to ratify. And this is also the sentiments I hear from small island developing states all over the world. Personally, I have strong attachment to this work and this historic achievement of the Paris Agreement. Being the first Tuvalu representative to the United Nations to advocate to address climate change, and also the chief negotiator of Tuvalu and AOSIS sits in climate change at once. I have great pleasure to see a final comprehensive agreement being adopted and ready to be signed by the world here in Paris. My thanks go to my fellow colleagues, leaders of Tuvalu, leaders of the Pacific, and all regions of small island developing states, and our ambassadors and negotiators of climate change for their sterling work and effort. A preamble paragraph of the decision that accompanies the Paris Agreement refers to the irreversible threat to the planet because of climate change. We must ensure that climate change is not irreversible. We must act quickly and must act together. We must all sign and ratify the agreement. Climate change is not only to address the concerns of small island developing states like my own Tuvalu. It's everyone's concern. I welcome the IPCC's decisions recently to look and report on the impact of a temperature of a world with a temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I suspect that report will further confirm the serious implications for small island countries like my own. It will also spell out the urgent necessity for actions to avoid the irreversible threat to our existence. I'd also like to refer to the preamble paragraph of the agreement, which includes a reference to human rights, the rights of indigenous peoples, migrants, as well as gender equality, empowerment of women, and intergenerational equity. There is much that can be read in this paragraph. The key message is that we must make sure that no one is left behind. I want to also refer to one group of people within that paragraph. These are the migrants. Recent studies suggest that 62,000 people every day are displaced due to climate change. This is a staggering figure, and it should ring alarm bells throughout the world. The plight of people, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, displaced within countries and across borders must be addressed as a matter of urgency. I would like to seek a UN General Assembly resolution
establishing a system of legal protection for people displaced by climate change and to ensure they are afforded the necessary support and protection of rights they need and deserve. I should add that the concern about displaced people is not an indication that the Tuvalu people want to migrate and leave their home islands. This is certainly not the case. We want to continue to stay and remain in our islands. Our concern here is about displacement of human beings, a humanitarian concern. This is one aspect of the loss and damage agenda, Mr. Secretary General. I wish to take this opportunity particularly to acknowledge the vision of the French presidency of COP21 in their support of our position on loss and damage. We in small island developing states urgently need better access to climate change financing to protect our people and our islands. Disbursement of the Green Climate Change Facility and other international agreed financing facility must be based on accessibility and the level of vulnerability and not on how well a party can write its adaptation or mitigation proposals. And we, like many other regions of the world, also need insurance mechanisms to help us rebuild from these disasters. I'm hoping that we can get funding support from donors for a Pacific Island climate change insurance facility, and I seek international support for such a facility. Finally, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, we government representatives must do all we can to foster these efforts by civil society, the private sector, financial institutions, cities, local governments, and rural outer island communities. We must work together to make the Paris Agreement an agreement to change the world. We must protect those who are displaced. Let us use the Paris Agreement as a driving force for our sustainable future. The Paris Agreement, in the view of Tuvalu, is a canoe for a journey of resilience. We must sail that canoe beautifully with buoyancy and safety so that the Paris Agreement will save Tuvalu and save the world. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Prime Minister of Tuvalu for his statement and ratifying the agreement today. I now would like to welcome to the lectern His Excellency Mr. Alexander Kloponin, Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation.
Уважаемый господин генеральный секретарь, уважаемые дамы и господа, позвольте прежде всего поприветствовать вас от имени президента Российской Федерации Владимира Путина. Предстоящее сегодня подписание Парижского соглашения подавляющим большинством стран-членов Организации Объединенных Наций безусловно, знаменательный и важный шаг на пути достижения международным сообществом целей по противодействию глобальному изменению климата. С принятием Парижского соглашения создаются международно-правовые рамки для долгосрочных климатических действий, объединяющие усилия развитых и развивающихся стран, в том числе всех основных эмиттентов парниковых газов, а международные усилия дополняются национальными вкладами по снижению эмиссий. От решения климатических задач зависит качество жизни всех людей на планете, продвижение к устойчивому развитию и способность справиться с серьезными глобальными вызовами, включая ликвидацию голода, болезней, преодоление последствий стихийных бедствий. Одним из перспективных элементов Парижского соглашения является положение о роли и месте рыночных механизмов, призванных стимулировать государства и бизнес-структуры к эффективным действиям, направленным на решение климатической проблемы, в том числе через использование инструментов внутреннего регулирования. Ожидаем скорейшего запуска переговорного процесса под эгидой рамочной конвенции Организации Объединенных Наций об изменении климата по разработке конкретных правил реализации Парижского соглашения. Это залог создания необходимых условий для вступления соглашения в силу. Мы нацелены на продолжение активного участия в переговорах, готовы к взаимодействию со всеми государствами в духе партнерства и коллективной ответственности. Национальным вкладом России в Парижское соглашение станет ограничение выбросов парниковых газов к 2030 году до 70% от показателей 1990 года. Своими кумулятивными усилиями по ограничению выбросов за последние 20 лет Российская Федерация уже обеспечила непрерывное удержание эмиссии на уровне, который на треть ниже базового 1990 года. Тем самым Российская Федерация в значительной степени компенсировала рост эмиссий в других государствах и регионах. Это является наглядным подтверждением лидирующей роли России в международном климатическом процессе. Вновь подчеркиваем важную роль лесов как основных поглотителей парниковых газов. Этот потенциал должен быть использован в полной мере, без искусственных ограничений. В России идет подготовка национального плана по выполнению решений Парижской климатической конференции, предусматривающего в том числе разработку долгосрочной национальной стратегии низкоэмиссионного развития до 2050 года, а также национального плана адаптации к изменению климата и системных мер по устойчивому управлению лесами. Для ограничения выбросов в нашей стране также прорабатываются инновационные подходы, основанные на внедрении новейших технологий, ориентированных на снижение потребления материалов. Мы готовы к широкому научному и технологическому сотрудничеству для решения климатических задач. В этой связи хотел бы подчеркнуть важность выдвинутого президентом Российской Федерации Владимиром Путиным предложения провести под эгидой Организации Объединенных Наций научный форум, в ходе которого обсудить проблемы, связанные не только с изменением климата, но и с исчерпанием природных ресурсов, деградацией среды обитания человека. Наша страна продолжит участие на добровольной основе в международных усилиях по мобилизации и содействию развивающимся странам в сфере противодействия изменению климата и адаптации к его последствиям. Мы активно используем в этих целях многосторонние форматы, включая финансируемые Россией через программу развития Организации Объединенных Наций проекты климатической помощи. Участвуем в укреплении потенциала островных государств Тихого океана в целях эффективного предупреждения и ликвидации последствий стихийных бедствий. Уважаемые дамы и господа, в заключение хотел бы еще раз подчеркнуть, что Россия приветствует подписание Парижского соглашения. Мы готовы к тесному взаимодействию со всеми партнерами в рамках совместной работы по преодолению глобальных последствий изменения климата. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister of Russian Federation for his statement. Now, I'd like to welcome to the lectern His Excellency Mr. John Kerry, Secretary of State of the United States, who will be accompanied with his granddaughter, Alex. Yeah, granddaughter Alex.
Mr. Secretary General, Monsieur le Président de la France, Your Excellencies, friends and partners in this significant endeavor. It's an enormous privilege to be here on Earth Day to join in signing this historic agreement. I was a young organizer and speaker not so long back from Vietnam on the first Earth Day in 1970. And I was a young senator and advocate in Rio in 1992 when we held the first Earth Summit. To say the least, it has been an interesting journey of 46 years to this podium today. And after many COPs, many miles traveled, and many more debates, it's fair to say that all of us could feel an extraordinary sweep of emotion and joy at the moment in Paris when 196 nations simultaneously said a resounding yes. We will do our part. We will live up to our responsibility to future generations, and together, citizens of the world, we will work to save our planet from ourselves. Now, that was a special moment in the plenary at Le Bourget, one that I am confident those who were privileged to be there will never forget.
So for certain, today is a day to mark and to celebrate the hard work done by so many to win the battle of securing the Paris Agreement. But knowing what we know, this is also a day to recommit ourselves to actually win this war. Paris was a turning point in the fight against climate change. Paris marked the moment when the world finally decided to heed the ever-rising mountain of evidence that had been piling up for years. It marked the moment that we put to rest once and for all the debate over whether climate change is real, and began instead to galvanize our focus on how, as a global community, we are going to address the irrefutable reality that nature is changing at an increasingly rapid pace due to our own choices. For sure, the agreement that we reached in Paris is the strongest, most ambitious global climate pact ever negotiated. But the power of this agreement is not that it, in and of itself, guarantees that we will actually hold the increase of temperature to the target of 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees centigrade. In fact, it does not, and we know that. We acknowledge it. The power of this agreement is the opportunity that it creates. The power is the message that it sends to the marketplace. It is the unmistakable signal that innovation, entrepreneurial activity, the allocation of capital, the decisions that governments make, all of this is what we now know definitively is what is going to define the new energy future, a future that is already being defined, but even yet to be discovered. The power of this agreement is what it is going to do to unleash the private sector, and it is already doing to set in pace the global economy on a new path for smart, responsible, sustainable development. Already last year, my friends, renewable energy investment was at an all-time high, nearly $330 billion. And it is predicted that we will invest tens of trillions of dollars by the middle of this century. For the first time in history, despite the low prices of oil, coal, and gas, more of the world's money were spent fostering renewable energy technologies than on new fossil fuel plants. Today we know the new energy future, the efficiencies, the alternative resources, the clean options. None of what we have to achieve is beyond our capacity technologically. The only question is whether it is beyond our collective resolve. Indeed, even in the time since we convened in Paris, we have seen new evidence of the danger that the climate change pace poses to our planet. We learned that 2015 was the hottest year in recorded history by far. And we learned that after knowing that the past decade was the hottest on record. And the one before that was the hottest on record. And the one before that, the third hottest on record. And now we know that this year is already on track to be the warmest of all, and last month, March, was the hottest recorded March in all of history. This past winter, the maximum extent of Arctic sea ice was the lowest ever reported, breaking the record that was set just 1 year ago. So the urgency of this challenge is only becoming more pronounced, and that is why our gathering today is, in fact, historic. The United States looks forward to formally joining this agreement this year, and we call on all of our international partners to do so. As the first Earth Day proved here in the United States, when 20 million Americans came out into the street and said, we do not want to live beside a toxic waste dump. We do not want rivers that actually light on fire. When enough people come out and make their voices heard, when they turn their policy into a voting issue, when they work together towards the same real goal, then measurable change is possible. Today, as we think of the hard work ahead, I am reminded of Nelson Mandela's very simple words. It always seems impossible until it is done. And while it isn't done yet, today we are on the march. And for our children and our grandchildren, we are living up to President Kennedy's inaugural admonition that here on earth, God's work must truly be our own. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Secretary of State of the United States for his statement and leadership. Now, I'd like to welcome to the lectern Her Royal Highness Lalla Hasna, Princess of the Kingdom of Morocco.
الحمد لله وحده والصلاة والسلام على مولانا رسول الله وآله وصحبه. السيد الأمين العام لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة، السيدة رئيسة الدورة 21 لمؤتمر المناخ، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، إنه لمن دواعي الاعتزاز أن يكون المغرب اليوم من بين الدول الأولى التي ستوقع على اتفاق باريس التاريخي حول التغيرات المناخية، مؤكدين التزامنا باتخاذ الإجراءات اللازمة للمصادقة عليه في أقرب الآجال. وأود الإشادة بما أبانت عنه الرئاسة الفرنسية لهذه الدورة من قيادة محكمة وانخراط تام مكناها من تعبئة الموارد وتوفير الشروط الضرورية التي أتاحت تحقيق التوافق حول اتفاق باريس. ومن هنا فقد أصبح مفروضا علينا اليوم توجيه جهودنا الجماعية خلال الدورة 22 للمؤتمر التي يعتز المغرب باحتضانها بمراكش نحو العمل على حسن تفعيل كافة مقتضيات هذا الاتفاق الشامل والمتوازن والمنصف. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة، لقد بادرت المملكة المغربية في إطار وفائها بالتزاماتها المناخية بوضع سياسة وطنية مندمجة للحفاظ على البيئة ومواجهة الآثار الناجمة عن التغيرات المناخية وتقليص الانبعاثات المسببة للاحتباس الحراري بنسبة 32% بحلول سنة 2030. وفي هذا الإطار أقدم المغرب على عدة مبادرات للانخراط في الاقتصاد الأخضر، واعتمد الميثاق الوطني للبيئة واستراتيجية النجاة الطاقية، إضافة إلى تحرير قطاع الطاقات المتجددة، وهو ما جعله يرفع من سقف طموحاته من خلال استراتيجية وطنية تهدف لبلوغ نسبة 52% من الطاقات المتجددة من مجموع الحاجيات الوطنية في أفق 2030، وذلك بفضل مشاريعه الكبرى وخاصة في مجال الطاقات الشمسية والريحية. وسيرا على نهج التضامن، فإن المغرب مستعد لتقاسم الخبرة التي راكمها في هذا المجال، خاصة مع دول القارة الإفريقية ومنطقة الشرق الأوسط عبر عقد شراكات مبتكرة. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة، إننا نتطلع لأن تشكل الدورة 22 لمؤتمر المناخ بمراكش مناسبة لتعزيز الوعي العالمي بضرورة مواصلة الانخراط الجماعي في مواجهة التغيرات المناخية، كما نطمح لتبني مساطير وآليات لتفعيل اتفاق باريس، ومن بينها اعتماد خطة عمل لفترة ما قبل 2020 فيما يخص تخفيض الانبعاثات والملائمة والتمويل وتعزيز القدرات ونقل التكنولوجيا والشفافية، خاصة لفائدة البلدان النامية والدول الأقل تقدما في إفريقيا وأمريكا اللاتينية والدول الجزرية الصغيرة، وهو ما يقتضي الاتفاق على خارطة طريق ملموسة وواضحة المعالم والنتائج من أجل تعبئة الموارد المالية الضرورة لتمويل المشاريع، وذلك من أجل تشجيع التغيير الذي نتطلع لتحقيقه على مستوى نماذج الاستثمار الخاص. وإن الانتقال الطاقي المنشود يقتضي الاستفادة من كل الآليات التحفيزية وفرض تسعيرة مقابل انبعاث الكربون وتغطية كل القطاعات الأساسية بما فيها التأمين والنقل الجوي والبحري، كما يجب إيجاد حلول للعراقيل الإيكولوجية التي تعيق التجارة، ودعم الجهود التي تبذلها البلدان النامية في سبيل تنويع اقتصاداتها والاستفادة من البراءات على أسس تفضيلية. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة، لقد تمكنا خلال الدورة 21 لمؤتمر المناخ من وضع أسس نظام مناخي جديد تضامني وطموح، وبذلك يكون مؤتمر باريس قد دشن عهد الكربون المنخفض. ومن هذا المنطلق تشكل المفاوضات المرتبطة بتفعيل اتفاق باريس استمرارا للالتزام بهذا التضامن وروح المسؤولية التي أبان عنها المجتمع الدولي. إننا نعتمد على انخراط كل الأطراف لترجمة الالتزامات المعلنة في باريس إلى أهداف محددة وآليات فاعلة ومشاريع ملموسة تجعل من طموحاتنا واقعا يستفيد منه كوكبنا والأجيال الجالية. وسيتشرف المغرب باستقبالكم من 7 إلى 18 نوفمبر 2016 في مدينة مراكش، وذلك من أجل تعزيز الإسهام الفعلي والجماعي في الجهود الدولية لمكافحة التغيرات المناخية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. محمد السادس ملك المغرب.
I thank Her Royal Highness Princess of Kingdom of Morocco for her statement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the statement by the government representatives. We have 3 more speakers to do from a representative of business community, a representative of civil society. Then lastly, I'm going to invite the Academy Award Best Actor, Leonardo DiCaprio, as our last speaker. Now with this, I'd like to invite Mr. Anand Mahindra, a representative from the business community.
Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment when, to quote Winston Churchill, the hinge of fate has turned. 196 nations with diverse approaches, interests, and agendas have adopted an unprecedented agreement to safeguard the future of the world as we know it. And this agreement has not come easily. It has emerged after much debate, much discussion, and much churning. And the word churning brings to my mind a story from Indian mythology about the Manthan, the great churning of the cosmic ocean. In that story, after eons of bitter divisions, the gods and the demons decide to put aside their differences and work together to jointly churn the cosmic ocean to obtain its treasures. And that churning is not easy. It results in great upheaval and in turbulence. But at the end of this joint enterprise, wonderful things begin to emerge from the churned ocean. Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, arises, Chandra, the moon, appears, and most importantly, there emerges the Amrit, or the nectar of eternal life, which is now available to all those who participated in the churning. Now, our transition to a greener way of life is also happening after much churning. But indisputably positive things are beginning to emerge. The first, but by no means the last of these, is the Paris Agreement that will be signed today. So it is a moment to savor and a cause for celebration indeed. For corporations, this is the first step towards visibly integrating our interests with the interests of the future of the planet. It's a responsibility because we have contributed to the problem, and it's up to us to help mitigate it. But it is also an opportunity because this mitigation gives business a chance to redeem itself from the trust deficit it had been facing after the 2008 Occupy Wall Street movement. And I am very proud indeed that the corporate world is increasingly coming together to address the critical issue of carbon limitation. Many, including my own corporation, are joining programs like EP 100 to double energy productivity by 2030, or RE 100, committing to a transition to a 100% renewable energy in the future. Investments in renewable energy are outstripping investments in conventional energy for the first time. And we at the Mahindra Group of companies are also seeing it as an attractive business opportunity, as I'm sure many others are. We have invested ourselves more than $350 million for a green revenue portfolio, and we are confident that it's going to be one of the best investments we ever made. In conclusion, let me come back to the story of the great churning. At a symbolic level, the churning of the ocean also represents the churning of our inner consciousness. And the signing of the Paris Agreement will demonstrate that the inner consciousness of nations and corporations has indeed been stirred. We have today begun the process by which many brave new things will emerge from this churning. And the ultimate Amrit, or nectar, will undoubtedly be a more sustainable world that the human race will finally deserve to inhabit. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Mahindra for his statement and commitment. I now would like to welcome to the lectern our representative of civil society, Ms. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim from Chad.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to speak in this assembly. This assembly who decide war and peace, who has now to decide the survival or the death of my community. My people, the Mbororo community nomadic pastoralists, living around Lake Chad forever. More than 30 million people depend on his fragile ecosystem. 30 years ago, my mother used to walk 10 kilometers a day to collect water and food. Today, the young mothers are about to become climate refugees. They cannot walk to Lake Chad because it's vanishing. Our pasture, our livestock, our food, our land are vanishing. Tension between communities are used by some merchant of death and terror, such as Boko Haram. Our basic rights and our dignity are under threat. Climate change is adding poverty to poverty every day. and is forcing man to leave home looking for a better future. Migration is challenging for rich countries, but it's a tragedy for those who are left behind, for those women and children who have to stay and fight back consequences of climate change on their own. When I left Chad last week, my people were facing more than 48 degrees Celsius, which is its 180 degrees Fahrenheit, killing hundreds of them on silence. We fight for survival. Nature is our supermarket. To protect it, we use our indigenous traditional knowledge and science knowledge. We develop participatory 3D mapping project to help the young people and women to manage the few resources left. In another project, we anticipate weather change by use the direction of the wind, cloud observation, birds migration. But our indigenous traditional knowledge cannot solve everything. It cannot end fossil fuel. It cannot protect us from deforestation or land grabbing. السيدات والسادة، اليوم تملك كل المسؤولية التامة التي تمحو بيئة التاخة الموطنية، وهذا قد بدأ. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, dans ma communauté, des milliers de femmes et des enfants n'ont jamais utilisé l'électricité. J'ai aussi vu les dégâts que font les énergies fossiles et surtout les charbons dans les pays industrialisés. Pour nous, la vraie justice climatique, c'est les énergies renouvelables pour tous. Excellencies, if you do not increase finance for adaptation, soon there will be no one to adapt. In Paris, you give us hope, but now it's time to change your hope into promise. Trust among nations into change for people. Let us sign this. Let us ratify this. Let us implement this agreement. We are changing. We want you to act. Now it's time to bring a concrete change to the people, to my people in Chad. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Ibrahim for her statement and commitment. The last speaker for this signing ceremony is the Academy Award Best Actor and the United Nations Messenger of Peace, Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for the honor to address this body once more. And thanks to the distinguished climate leaders assembled here today who are ready to take action. President Abraham Lincoln was also thinking of bold action 150 years ago when he said, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country." He was speaking before the U.S. Congress to confront the defining issue of his time, slavery. Everyone knew it had to end, but no one had the political will to stop it. Remarkably, his words ring as true today when applied to the defining crisis of our time, climate change. As a UN messenger of peace, I have traveled all over the world for the last 2 years documenting how this crisis is changing the natural balance of our planet. I have seen cities like Beijing choked by industrial pollution, ancient boreal forests in Canada that have been clear-cut, and rainforests in Indonesia that have been incinerated. In India, I met farmers whose crops have been literally washed away by historic flooding. In America, I have witnessed unprecedented droughts in California and sea level rise flooding the streets of Miami. In Greenland and in the Arctic, I was astonished to see that ancient glaciers are rapidly disappearing well ahead of scientific predictions. All that I have seen and learned on my journey has absolutely terrified me. There is no doubt in the world scientific community that this is a direct result of human activity and the effects of climate change will become astronomically worse in the future. I do not need to tell you these statistics. You know them better than I do, but more importantly, you know what will happen if this scourge is left unchecked. You know that climate change is happening faster than even the most pessimistic of scientists warned us decades ago. It has become a runaway freight train, bringing with it an impending disaster for all living things. Now think about the shame that each of us will carry when our children and grandchildren look back and realize that we had the means of stopping this devastation, but simply lacked the political will to do so. Yes, we have achieved the Paris Agreement. More countries have come together here to sign this agreement today than for any other cause in the history of humankind, and that is reason for hope. But unfortunately, the evidence shows us that it will not be enough. Our planet cannot be saved unless we leave fossil fuels in the ground where they belong. An upheaval, a massive change is required right now, one that leads to a new collective consciousness, a new collective evolution of the human race, inspired and enabled by a sense of urgency from all of you. We all know that reversing the course of climate change will not be easy, but the tools are in our hands if we apply them before it is too late. Renewable energy, fossil fuels, and putting a price on carbon pollution are beginning to turn the tide. This transition is not only the right thing for our world, but it also makes clear economic sense and is possible within our lifetime. But it is now upon you to do what great leaders have always done, to lead, to inspire, and empower, as President Lincoln did in his time. We can congratulate each other today, but it will mean absolutely nothing if you return to your countries and fail to push beyond the promises of this historic agreement. Now is the time for bold, unprecedented action. My friends, look at the delegates around you. It is time to ask each other, which side of history will you be on? As a citizen of our planet who has witnessed so much on this journey, I thank you all for everything you have done to lay the foundation of a solution to this crisis. But after 21 years of debates and conferences, it is time to declare no more talk, no more excuses, no more 10-year studies, no more allowing the fossil fuel companies to manipulate and dictate the science and policies that affect our future. This is the body that can do what is needed. All of you sitting in this very hall, the world is now watching. You will either be lauded by future generations or vilified by them. Lincoln's words still resonate to all of us here today. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the last generation. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. That is our charge now. You are the last best hope of earth. We ask you to protect it, or we and all living things we cherish are history. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. DiCaprio for his passionate statement and engagement. Distinguished heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now welcome 197 children from all over the world into this hall. These children represented all the children of the world who will bear the brunt of climate change. The Paris Agreement is about protecting their lives today and their world tomorrow. They will stand here today united in a climate chain, accompanied by a quintet of students from the Juilliard School.
Your promise is our future. Who stand with me for action on climate change? Pardon? Thank you. Let us join hands together to stop the effect of climate change. Yeah. Thank you.
I am asking leaders in every country to take urgent action. My message is clear. We need all hands on deck, from the local to the global, to reduce emissions and strengthen our resilience.
Nous sommes rassemblés aujourd'hui très nombreux pour signer cet accord de Paris. C'est un moment exceptionnel, nous en mesurons la portée. Nous sommes là, ne l'oublions pas, pour protéger l'avenir de l'humanité sur notre planète commune.
I thank the students of the Juilliard School. Excellencies, we shall now proceed to the signing of the Paris Agreement. The distinguished representatives of the parties will be called to the stage to sign the agreement. The first to be invited to the stage will be His Excellency President of France, followed by the distinguished representatives of those states that are both signing and depositing their instruments of ratification today. They will be followed by the distinguished representatives of the countries that spoke during this opening segment. Thereafter, distinguished representatives will be called in protocol order, starting from heads of state and prime ministers and ministers. While the signature ceremony will continue in the General Assembly Hall, national statements will continue in parallel in the ECOSOC and trusteeship chambers. Distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I now declare the Paris Agreement for Climate Change open for signature.
No, should we test it? Or?
I can hear you. The mic is every mic is going in there. Right now, the ambient mic is going in there. Your mic can go the ambient mic.
Underskriften foregår her, og talerne foregår i session. Nå, ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your seats. The signing ceremony will begin momentarily.
Yes. What is going to be the arrangement? Are they going to take them from their seats?
Yes, they will take
to
the
signing?
seats to the Indonesian lounge and then overtake it to J200. So over the protocol officers.
Okay. Hello, Ambassador. አቤት እንደዛ ነው የሚሉት እየመጡ ይወስዷችኋል ነው የሚሉት ወደ ኢንዶኔዥያ ነው የሚወስዱ
His Excellency the President of the French Republic. Her Excellency the President of the Republic of Marshall Islands. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Nauru.
I don't see Jonathan's thumb.
His Excellency the President of the Republic of Palau.
So Jonathan's supposed to give me a signal now. I don't.
Hi, I'm Darren, DPI. Ola is telling us now that they would prefer if you said this. Are you comfortable with that?
Said what?
This is at the end of the elite sign-in,
He already said it. She said it already.
so we don't need to say it.
No, he
so
said
it'll
it.
just start. Okay.
His Excellency the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. His Excellency the President of the State of Palestine.
I don't see him. And he's not giving me a signal.
His Excellency the Prime Minister of Barbados.
Jonathan.
His Excellency the Prime Minister of Belize. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Fiji. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Grenada. His Excellency the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Samoa. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. His Excellency the Minister of Environment and Energy of Maldives. His Excellency the Minister for Sustainable Development of St. Lucia. His Excellency the Permanent Representative of Mauritius. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Peru. His Excellency the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. His Excellency the President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. Her Excellency the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. His Excellency the Vice Premier of the State Council of China. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Canada. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Italy.
It's not the voice of God, it's going to be you.
No, he's already, this SG said it. SG said it. It's a different scenario. SG said it.
So, no Morocco?
No.
His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation. His Excellency the Secretary of State of the United States of America.
We don't have Morocco. Excuse me.
His Excellency the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. His Excellency the President of the Central African Republic. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Colombia.
Yes?
His Excellency the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire.
Go tell Santiago.
Her Excellency the President of the Republic of Croatia. His Excellency the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Morocco. His Excellency the President of the Gabonese Republic. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Guatemala. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Guinea. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Guyana. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Haiti.
You have the list?
His Excellency the President of Hungary. Can you ask her, please? This is the microphone.
Okay, this is number 38. We have 107. Wow, 38.
Her Excellency the President of the Republic of Lithuania. His Excellency the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. His Excellency the President of Montenegro. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Namibia. He wants you. He's calling somebody up there. He's head like that. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Niger.
The Secretary General is complaining the title.
Of who?
I don't know which title is wrong. I mean, it's whatever. It's done.
His Excellency the President of the Republic of Paraguay. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Senegal. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Serbia.
It will change a little bit before the end, but it hasn't changed. This is today. The one. Yeah.
His Excellency the President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. His Highness, the personal representative of His Majesty the King of Bahrain, President of the Supreme Council of Environment of Bahrain. Her Excellency, the Vice President of Costa Rica.
Write it down.
Her Excellency, the Vice President of Switzerland. His Excellency, the Head of Government of Andorra. His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas. His Excellency, the Chairman of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Ethiopia.
بيطلع من الناس.
His Highness the Prime Minister of Kuwait. His Excellency the President of the Council of Ministers of Lebanon.
I'm so good to see you, and I was so glad that President Hollande mentioned you in his speech. Everyone knows that you're the man. That's the same U.S. Yeah. But I'm very happy to succession. Yeah. Now the point is that very complicated. Even without Europe, yes. Yeah. China and the U.S. 38.5. Australia announced. Canada and Australia will both be there. India May. Russia May. Which is surprising.
His Excellency the Prime Minister of Lesotho.
European Council. Demos sclerosis. But anyway, now we have. No. Now, where did that famous gavel end up? That should be a historical artifact preserved. I will send it. No. I'm not asking. I'm just wondering, yeah, the real one should be in the UN or in the or in your library. No. The green hammer.
His Excellency the Prime Minister of Malta.
Laurence, we saw each other yesterday. Good, wonderful day.
His Excellency the Minister of State of Monaco.
No. I'll follow up. I'll follow up on that. And let me know if I can help you on the security idea. Let me know.
Her Excellency the Prime Minister of Poland. We saw each other at the Miami. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Slovenia. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Uganda. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Vanuatu. His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Albania.
And it would be what?
His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium. His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nepal. Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Government of Spain. His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Swaziland. Her Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Sweden. His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Tonga. His Excellency, the Minister of State and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Algeria. Her Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Argentina. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Benin. His Excellency, the Minister for External Relations and International Cooperation of Burundi. His Excellency the Minister for External Relations of Cameroon. His Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of the Congo. His Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of El Salvador. Her Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ghana. Her Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. His Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I know. Yep. Her Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Jamaica. Her Excellency the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Kenya. Her Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Liberia. What? Her Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Madagascar. His Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mali. Her Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Rwanda. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and External Trade of the Solomon Islands.
Yes.
Her Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Suriname. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Tunisia. Her Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. His Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Equatorial Guinea. His Excellency the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Comoros. His Excellency the Special Envoy, former President and current Member of Parliament of Kiribati. Her Excellency the Minister for Environment of Angola. His Excellency the Minister for Environment of Australia. His Excellency the Federal Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Environment and Water Management of Austria. His Excellency the Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Azerbaijan. His Excellency the Minister for Environment and Forests of Bangladesh. His Excellency the Minister of Energy and Industry of Brunei Darussalam. His Excellency the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia. Her Excellency the Minister of Science, Technology, and Environment of Cuba. His Excellency the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development, and Environment of Cyprus. His Excellency the Minister of Environment of the Czech Republic. His Excellency the Minister for Energy, Utilities, and Climate of Denmark. His Excellency, the Minister Delegate responsible for international cooperation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Djibouti.
I'll pick it up, okay?
His Excellency, the Minister for Health and Environment of Dominica. His Excellency, the Minister of Environment of Egypt. His Excellency, the Minister of the Environment of Estonia. Her Excellency, the Minister for the Environment of the Netherlands, President in Office of the Council of the European Union, and His Excellency, the Vice President of the European Commission with responsibility for Energy Union. His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture and the Environment of Finland.
can't hear you.
His Excellency the Minister of Environment and Natural Resource Protection of Georgia. Her Excellency the Federal Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Building, and Nuclear Safety of Germany. His Excellency, the Alternate Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece. Her Excellency, the Minister for the Environment and Natural Resources of Iceland. His Excellency, the Minister of State for Environment, Forest, and Climate Change of India. Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. His Excellency the Minister for the Environment, Community and Local Government of Ireland.
They don't disappear, they're just more slowly than
His Excellency the Minister of Environmental Protection of Israel. His Excellency the Minister of Environment of Jordan. His Excellency the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. His Excellency the Minister for Environmental Protection and Regional Development of Latvia. Her Excellency the Minister for the Environment of Luxembourg. His Excellency the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of Mexico. His Excellency the Minister of Environment, Green Development, and Tourism of Mongolia. We're here, right? We're here. That's that. This is Myanmar. His Excellency the Union Minister for Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation of Myanmar. His Excellency the Prime Minister of Aruba for the Netherlands. Her Excellency the Minister for Climate Change Issues of New Zealand. His Excellency the Minister of Climate and Environment of Norway. His Excellency the Federal Minister for Interior and Narcotics Control of Pakistan.
Ponder invincible ignorance and mysterium of iniquity.
Her Excellency the Minister of Environment of Panama. His Excellency the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines. His Excellency the Minister of Environment of Portugal. His Excellency the Minister of Municipality and Environment of Qatar. His Excellency the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency the Minister of Environment, Waters and Forests of Romania. What? His Excellency the Minister of Economic Planning, Sustainable Development, Industry, Information, and Labor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Her Excellency the Minister of Territory and Environment of San Marino. Thank you. His Excellency the Minister of Finance and Public Administration of Sao Tome and Principe. Her Excellency the Minister of Environmental Affairs of South Africa. His Excellency the Minister of Environment of South Sudan. His Excellency the Minister of Science, Technology, and Research of Sri Lanka. His Excellency the Minister of Environment, Natural Resources, and Physical Development of the Sudan. To know that when it's time. His Excellency the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand. Okay, tell them. Turkey, not here yet. His Excellency the Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Environment of Timor-Leste. His Excellency the Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the United Arab Emirates. His Excellency the Parliamentary Undersecretary of State for Energy and Climate Change of the United Kingdom. His Excellency the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam. Can you talk to my colleague, please? His Excellency, the Secretary of State for the Environment of Guinea-Bissau. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Afghanistan. John. Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Bhutan. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Cabo Verde. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Chad. Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment and Urbanization of Turkey. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the Dominican Republic. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Eritrea. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Japan. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Libya. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Liechtenstein. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Malaysia. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Mauritania. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Mozambique. Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Oman. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Papua New Guinea to the United States. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Ukraine. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of the United Republic of Tanzania. His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Uruguay. And finally, His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Botswana. When he's done signing off.
Qué bien, ¿no? Y muy mono todo, ¿no?
This concludes the signing ceremony.